Power off.
I am opening the power options menu for you.
Hello. Is it still going?
I'm seeing Lord Farquaad.
People are understanding why you. Person.
Get something to eat. Everything. It's at the airport. The airport. Oh. the hard thing is, it's hard to be. 1,000 crimes. Are you fucking kidding me? 1,000 fucking crimes. And one steals one egg because he's hungry as fuck. Go figure. Yeah, come here, my family. Thought I was an alien. I guess that's a secret I didn't know about. Learn something new every day, I guess. Well, this alien is eating spam and sausages with General Tao's homemade sauce. Sounds ghetto. Anyway. Well, I guess when everything runs out, I'm gonna. Yeah.
This X's influence is weakening, okay? And especially because they are relying on manipulation, deflection, or image management to keep control here. I feel like this X is feeling very exposed and naked. And by trying to flip the script, they're essentially trying to survive out here, and they're recruiting others to cast you out as like the unstable one, as their image stays intact. The Ten of Cups and the Hermit in reverse.
If you have to
So
work
Spirit
that
is
hard,
basically
it's
bringing
not
me
worth
this download
it.
to share for whoever this is. Because the truth has surfaced or is surfacing, and this false identity is completely falling apart here. So basically, you ripped the mask off of this person. And like I said, they're feeling very exposed. Spirit is asking you to stop carrying their story as if it were yours. I have to say this because sometimes I come off very arrogant. Yes, I'm very aware of how I communicate. I say this with the most love. I always tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear, because I care about everybody's ascension and growth. And I just, even though it may come off very like stern or arrogant, I'm saying it because I don't want whoever I'm speaking to feel like weighed down by carrying this. You know, I want to help people release these things. The Five of Swords and the Nine of Cups in reverse and the Devil in reverse. So Dead Man Walking. Spirit is saying that this person's old false self is already collapsing, even though they're still acting very powerful and in control. This slander is like their last ditch effort to preserve their very broken image, if that their story is true at all. I feel like this person definitely called you the abuser. But it is a part of their projections. This is a classic tactic where one person will put their own behavior onto the person that they harmed. I'm seeing handcuffs, so this person could be facing some kind of legal issues, whether it's with you, whether it's something separate, or whether it's in jail. Four of Pentacles. It's just proof that their energy and consequences are definitely catching up to them. I'm smelling coffee, so someone could be drinking coffee right now. Something about Black and Milds. Someone could play the guitar. I'm also here in Georgia. Spirit, what else do we have for the collective here? Johnny Cash is on right now, so the name Johnny or June or Cash could be relevant. Page of Swords and the Queen of Cups in reverse. So, Spirit is saying that this message may not be like they win or see the truth clearly, okay? Or you must fight harder. I feel like Spirit is asking you to see through this. Don't internalize this lie and let what is false just die on its own. Smear campaigns depend on confusion, triangulation, and public perception rather than facts, okay?
True.
Your instinct is going to be to protect yourself. I say since I'm sensing like this relationship had a lot of cheating and theft and like public defamation.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying to stay anchored in the truth. Don't overexplain yourself to anybody. Keep your focus on your boundaries, your healing, rather than trying to restore your image, because the Most High God is going to restore that for you. Starve the gossip, starve the rumors. Instead of like saying, what are they saying about me? The deeper question is, what part of my energy is being invited to end this now? Two of Cups and the Eight of Wands. End any attachment to their version of events. End that shame. That was never yours. End the cycle of trying to make this make sense to anybody, to make anybody understand you, to understand your truth. Because something tells me that whoever these people are that participated in this, they made their mind up, and they don't even have the capacity to even try to see it. And that's their fucking mistake. Spirit, let's close this out. Any other advice for the collective? The Two of Swords, the Ace of Cups, and Temperance. So Spirit is saying that the truth, it does not need any kind of performance. You know, what was false is collapsing. What was hidden is being revealed. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. Let's end with this. Say this with me. I release every lie, projection, attachment that was never mine to carry. My protection is divine. My peace is restored. And what is for me will stand in truth. What is false is ending. What is true remains. I hope this message helps whoever it's for. I love you so much, and I'll see you in the next frequency.
I guess whatever truth comes out, comes out.
Soul family, you have good guys
I still don't know what's going on. Really.
helping you. Vigilantes, they're helping you with the realignment, help you realign and rebalance, and bring about a conclusion and ending. So there's some, these good guys could be cops.
I don't know.
A soulmate that wants to connect or communicate. There's something that's going to be communicated to you. A different perspective. Somebody is nervous about coming in, but it's going to bring some growth and learning, a learning experience. There's cops that are helping you. Okay, these cops could actually be angels.
Oh, well.
Okay, there was somebody that was negative and hiding their true intentions. It was a karmic masculine. This karmic masculine man, okay. The CPS could be involved in what they're doing. This man was extremely disloyal. They're trying to get away with something. They're hiding like underground, or this man could have like a place where he goes to hide. Like he's hiding somewhere. A bunker. Dang, I'm seeing somebody, I don't know if somebody's camping or they have a place that's hidden. This person, they were always doing something on their phone, or always could be hiding their phone. Okay, so they were trying to spiritually spouse you. This karmic masculine, Archangel Michael is here helping you, but you have good guys, vigilantes, could be whoever. It could be an angel. It's somebody that is a good person, or an angel. Okay. They're helping you reclaim your power. Capricorn energy is very significant. Somebody could be a Capricorn. Acclaim. Whatever is going on, this is going to...
Allergies.
You're going to be seen for something you do. What you didn't know about was this was like this man was working with a team, like a group, and was disguised, I'm hearing the word mastermind. They were a thief. They're backed by people with money and power. Yeah. So what you didn't see was they had people, there could have been a woman involved with this man as well, but there was a group that was disguised. They were trying to get you to let your guard down, and that's what got them in trouble, is you didn't let your guard down. This is going to be on the news. Yeah, there's something that is going to bring, they're getting in trouble. There's big changes here. You're regaining your power. This is being resolved. The truth is out. And so this energy that wants to come in, you're gonna be known for something that has been, like, these people were in disguise, basically. They're thieves in disguise, wearing a costume, like, playing a part. And you have good guys. I'm thinking this 3D and 5D energy here is what it feels like to me. This is like 3D. And these greedy people, they have money. Yeah, they have money to do something to you. It's going to be on the news. Dang. Oh my God, they're trying to put you into I'm hearing false evidence appearing real, and that's fear. They wanted to put you in this fear and create all these, like, illusions around you. There's something about the Mandela effect. I don't know, there's something about things not being as they are, or them trying to create a false reality. But this reality is breaking and shifting, and there's actually angels here helping you balance. You're balancing out, and they're getting a harsh reality check. So this was a group. Just know God is always on top. God is big. He's sending you angels. Wow. To create harmony. And you're gonna see these people shapeshift. There's like shapeshifter energy. It's some kind of rich group or club that does really weird rituals is here. I don't know. I don't know. This is what this is giving me. This is like, but you're being guarded. Guardians of faith, compassion, sacred. You're on a sacred mission. You're being guarded by the divine from a group of shapeshifters. You're going to be on the news and a cult. Yeah, exactly. A cult. This cult. You're being guarded. They're trying to change your reality, or trying to make you lower your energy or your vibration in order for you to not ascend. Spiritual. Yeah, you're gonna be a spiritual celebrity, right? You're gonna be a spiritual celebrity. That's what I'm picking up. Exactly. You're a big cat in the ether. Yeah. These people are part of it. They're trying to poison you, so they're part of that. CERN. They're they're the feelings now because you have warrior angels that are helping you out of this false illusion. This illusion is cracking and breaking. It's curtain call. Yeah, this is like an act. You're watching a movie. This is like Truman Show. You're breaking out of the matrix. Yeah, breaking patterns. Breaking free. You're very innovative. And yeah, this is bringing inner peace. Maybe sleeping really good. They were stealing your money. Sweden could be significant. Isn't that where Surge is? Yeah, you're okay. This is for whoever this resonates for. The jewels could be significant, or gems. Somebody could go by jewels. Everything's happening in divine order and happening for a reason, okay? Just know that. Somebody's switching sides. Yeah, there's no going back from what they did. Somebody's switching sides. They weren't expecting you to put up a fight. Now this karmic cycle's ended. And God says you're never alone. God is always with you, okay? Huh. You're like walking karma. Yeah, you're walking karma. I saw that. God is always on time. Just know that God's been seeing through your eyes. You're like walking karma. Yup. One-man army. One-man and woman army. Get attacks and watch your superior DNA. You know the whole time. The joke's on them. Okay. They're mad because they can't bring your energy anymore. Yeah, because you woke up to what they're doing. This service act. You know, this big mountain mastery ascended towards self-realization. Because you self-realized. You self-actualized. Self-realization and trying to guide it towards mastery, mountain pathways. So you're ascending, they can't touch you. Celebrating peaks reached, celebrating your achievements, and savor the triumph of your ascent. Before you climb high, you earn your view. Absolutely. I heard this energy, they can't touch you. Okay. It's been a rough road for you. It's been a long journey. Yeah. But, yeah. Fulfill promise. Stay connected to your path, for each step forward brings you closer to your destined fulfillment. Yeah, so you're fulfilling your path, this promise, and you're ascending, and God is helping you. Soul family. I love you all so much. 10 on the clock. Until next time, God bless you.
Whoever this message is for, first of all, I don't want none. We ain't got no beef. We good. I was hearing spiritual backlash. Whose ever energy I'm tapping into right now, I don't even think you realize who you are. Something has awakened, and it's awakened some kind of like old protection to attack some serious betrayers and whoever had harmful intent towards you. It's triggered and awakened some kind of like guardian type forces. I'm talking big dog archetypes. I'm talking big dog deities. I'm seeing energetic cords just snapping everywhere. They really don't think you know who you are. You could tell whoever this message is for. You could notice that your ancestors, your guides, your protective forces are coming in louder. Queen of Cups, Seven of Wands. Your dreams could be almost more intense, more symbolic, filled with more like hidden intentions that are being revealed all around you, or it's almost like prophetic dreams, letting you know what is going on around you. I feel like whoever you are, everyone around you is like almost dropping off. Friends, past partners, people you haven't seen in years, co-workers. They're being revealed for exactly who they are. They feel like things that they did to you like years ago. I feel like whoever you are, judgment bitch. Oh my god, look at that. Whoever you are, you could be feeling almost confused right now, or like overwhelmed. Five of Swords, Four of Swords, and the Queen of Wands. Almost like confused, overwhelmed, or sad about all of these people that are dropping off. But this is because whoever you are, whatever happened to you, it's awakened something in the spiritual realm. I'm hearing many that ride or die for you. They are not fucking playing with no one when it comes to you. No one. What reverse here? The Angel of Death. Reese species could be significant. Texas could be significant. You could have experienced, if not one, maybe a couple near-death experiences. I'm hearing someone's time is up, that they were warned. I'm also hearing that sometimes people come your way and die. Like I said, I'm hearing your John Wick and whoever I'm speaking to. You've experienced any and everything meant to destroy you and survived. And whoever these people are, they were told to leave the innocent alone. That they chose their fate, and that they had me under.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, I know a lot of people on the other side. I don't know why, but apparently she said people come to me when that's the case. I usually don't know. seeing them, they look like more and more black sludge. Black sludge. You know that feeling when you get like that sketchy feeling with some people. They all said that Ted Bundy acted like a really nice guy in person. He got you alone when he wasn't. They had Richard Ramirez used to just sneak into people's homes and beat them to death. God knows what the heck he means. I don't know, I already know what that become.
No, Ed, I don't want to go over to your house and eat food out of somebody's skull. You know, no. I don't want to sit on your chair made of human skin. Sorry, not everybody knew that ahead of time. And Jeffrey Dahmer, he made it clear. But you right. He just don't do it himself. I bet he would, if he was a factory worker, he'd have to. That'd be, yeah, a whole different story there. Factory worker. Yep. That'd be a whole different story.
Can't hide that shit. In your one bedroom rundown apartment that smells like garbage already.
Can't hide that shit.
Yeah. I don't want to be around that whole day. It's like leaving like, I don't know, a steak out on the counter for way too long. I'm gonna put it in the freezer? Hell no. Not with my food. Gross. Plus, I don't like the smell. Smells gross too. You know what I mean? everybody smells that shit. A lot. Yeah. Really, really bad. I hate dissecting stuff. It's so gross. It's like I hate fifty that time. They call 50 out. Where you have to look at dead people. So gross.
get boring.
I have some parents teach their children that life isn't always cake and ice cream and we don't deserve it. At least then you have a better sense of reality about life. You don't play stupid games for stupid prizes. Anyways, let me get shit rolling if I can again. Or a janked up phone. I know some people would never keep a janked up phone. They'd throw it away after one year of use. God knows what's on those phones.
None of my business. It's becoming my business now. Alright, let me get my shirt
Archangel
on.
Abigail II. You can feel on my left side. There's also other high vibrational lower realm deities, the Morgan, Hecate, Lilith. I just keep hearing they didn't know who you were, that they played with the wrong bloodline. I'm hearing that these people ain't shit. And all of their attacks was like literally shooting a super soaker at a whale.
Oh, well.
It was like threatening the sky with clouds. Whoever you are, you're in process, if not already. It's gonna be known that you are coming back with that Hierophant and the High Priestess.
Whatever.
Alright, as crazy as this sounds, whoever I'm speaking to, oh my god, you are the, as crazy as this sounds, I believe it, you are the reincarnated sister or brother of Anubis.
For real.
Whoever attacked you is about to experience not God's wrath, but all of these underworld deities' wrath, with the approval of the Most High God. Holy shit, I feel bad for whoever these people are. Can you imagine? Whoever's ancestors these are, I'm hearing right at dawn, one big sweep.
No, I know
I
they
just hear,
do.
they had no idea who you were. I'm shaking right now. Whose fucking message is this? You know what's crazy? This group that I'm picking up on, and it's like some Google kitchen witch, somebody that parades around as like a cult or a coven. It's like they use that type of spirit to escape. The few people that they do temporarily attack or delay, that was these deities. And the Most High God allowing it, whatever rituals or talisman, whatever they use to try and force a kingdom, like, it was literally their worst fucking mistake.
Yeah, you shouldn't play with that stuff
Like,
unless
I
you know
tell you,
what you're
this is
doing.
not nothing to be fucked with. Yeah, scales, coming back on scales. Operating table, oh my god. Operating table, and wheelchair. It's like whatever they try to send your way is coming back tenfold. These people are experiencing intrusive thoughts, burst of anger. It's making them self-isolate and withdraw from their own family and partners. I'm seeing nightmares. I'm seeing spiritual paralysis that lasts an hour. Are literally, they feel like they're being watched by their unconscious. Shadow in here. I feel like shit's getting paranormal as fuck. And the consequences of their choices, it's clear as day that all of this is happening because of coming freedom. I feel like these people are even experiencing shit in their dreams. They're being shown who you are. So there's no mistake on what's going on here. I'm hearing whoever you are, you've risen as like some kind of protective gatekeeper.
I don't want to get involved in that
That
shit.
things that were buried even years ago is starting to surface. It's because they're not fucking playing with no one. Whoever I'm speaking to, I'm hearing you are the protector of transitions.
I guess so.
Your energy, I'm in my best opinion. It's
Now
almost like
I
you have a
am.
calm demeanor in crisis. You're highly intuitive. You're drawn to like helping people through endings, through grief, through rebirth. People don't know, like they think Anubis is bad. Like, especially the Christians out there, they're gonna be people don't, unless you really understand the spiritual realm, how it works with the 3D, and understand the polarity of things, you know, just because these deities, they've given a bad name for history because they didn't want you to understand it, but
Well, my doctor asked if she can come over, but I don't think anybody's allowed to. Well, I'll tell her. I'll be like, I don't know if I'm allowed to have visitors, Dr. Peterson. I don't have any access.
People are understanding why you don't want to socialize with anybody, and at first it's because they thought that you had, social anxiety, you didn't know how to talk to people, and then they realized that you actually observe people and you could see them on a deeper level. You clocked everything, and it seemed like you saw people for who they truly were, And they didn't realize that until they actually dealt with it themselves. They didn't realize it until they saw these very people for who they truly were. And then they realize that you're actually insanely intelligent and you just isolate because of this reason. People are understanding why you don't want to socialize with anybody, and at first it's because they thought that you had
In pitchforks right now. I am picking up that an apology is brewing in the ethers right now.
My leg
I say
hurts.
brewing because it's being contemplated on how to make it look sincere. The fool, I come forward. I don't oppose you. I'm thinking about a judgy, quick to fall in line with others, quick to throw stones at whoever I'm speaking to. Sheep. Sheep. Your smear campaign. What is that? Okay, brute force. I'm glad that these people were very intentional in this smear campaign. They said all of this shit with their fucking chest. So, I mean, I'm sorry. This apology needs to be just as fucking loud. There's a lot of accusations of you being unstable, financially unstable, mentally unstable, unstable as a parent, as a partner, unstable all the way around.
Oh,
But it was just really these people wanting to fucking hurt you.
Yeah.
I'm hearing you can be like an earth angel, but they didn't want you seen that way. They wanted you to be seen this way. You're a version of reality. To a person operating in a very low vibration, like heavy delusion, especially a group hive mind like this, truth looks like a lie, and clarity looks like confusion because they can't comprehend your perspective. Their only coping mechanism is to pathologize and attack you. Swords, Ace of Wands. It's also because you are the threat of the unknown. When someone, like whoever I'm speaking to, carries a higher consciousness, your energy is going to look like a mirror, and it exposes the unhealed parts and illusions and deceptions of those around you. And those around you, to avoid looking at their own reflection, people will point at the mirror, and claim it's distorted or fucking broken. There's a quote that goes, it might be Carl Jung who says this, and those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. And the music represents like the higher frequencies, spiritual truths, and intuitive downloads that you are attuned to. And if the crowd, they cannot hear that music, the higher frequencies, of course, a person moving to it is going to look chaotic and crazy, out of touch with reality. When the truth is, they're just simply tuned to a higher, finer frequency. I know Carl Jung speaks on this. I study him too, as a major. Who's integrated their shadow, operating higher consciousness, will operate outside the normal societal matrix. Those asleep or living purely in their ego, the awakened person's actions, insights, and boundaries look unstable and irrational. The Dark Wands, the Hangman, and Reverse. I don't know why I'm getting that these people really thought this was some kind of modern day witch hunt film. These people, they wanted to be in the popular crowd, so they fell in line like sheep, so quickly. And these people that are wanting to come apologize, my problem is this. They didn't require any proof on the lies and the accusations that they were told. They were so fucking quick to jump in on this circus, to smear your name, to block opportunities, to block your money, to block your relationships. It's like they believe everything they fucking say, and I feel like they just wanted to go on the more popular side, what they thought was the winning side. Does that make sense? Whoever I'm speaking to, you hold high priest or high priestess energy. But what I'm getting is that the energy shifted. The moon, the 10 of Wands, and the Hierophant. You were unveiled. So the energy has shifted, and the people who were once leading this crowd of sheep are being exposed. I feel like it's for other shit that might not even be related to you, but they're not so popular anymore. And whoever you are, you're being seen as a leader. Righteous. And it somehow feels like they just want to shift sides now due to what's being exposed and how people are being seen. It's nothing more than sheep moving to the more popular side. Bandwagon jumpers, hard to say. It's like you're being seen as some kind of leader, and these people, they have to look up. It's like they have to get on their knees and kneel to you, metaphorically. See how it resonates. But like I said, these people that want to offer an apology, that shit needs to be just as loud as the shit that they jumped into when coming against you. I feel like it's to avoid some kind of like judgment or exposure on them as well. You are rising, and people just want to go to the winning team now. I guess Spirit is just saying be careful about people coming out of the woodwork with insincere apologies. You have high intuition. I'm not saying don't forgive. Just remember that forgiveness is completely selfish. It's really not for the other person. I also think, I didn't even realize this. You see how the Hierophant is standing over this leader right here, where you are? I feel like these people are coming in with apologies thinking that it's going to appease God or give them some kind of redemption of some sort. These people, they try to make you out to be like the devil, like a witch, like a dark spiritualist. They got all in on this fucking smear campaign. And now that everything is being exposed for exactly what it is, these people all caught in the middle, that it was a choice that they made. They chose and were quick to jump up with this leader to come against you and block things for you, talk badly about you. So make sure that's
We'll see where God leads
Your
us.
enemies are crying because they want to destroy you. And every single plot that they put against your life to try to end you has backfired and is now transforming their lives into something of a walking, just a their place for going far and for causing harm and for not slowing down for a moment. When people are hateful, there is no telling how far they will go to exact that, to show that, to display the disdain that they have or the disdain that's been building within them. Your enemies are crying right now, crying themselves to sleep, wondering why did they even try this? Why did they even do this? Your enemies are crying themselves to sleep because they came for you and it didn't work. And now everything negative that they had planned to cause this rupture and decay to take over your life is now happening to them. So they're not happy right now. These people are living in regret. They're hiding themselves. They cannot even feel like they are themselves anymore, right? They've lost the enjoyment of living life because they decided to go on an evil route. That this is just what happens, you know, and they had that free will and they use it poorly. They use it evilly. For example, it could have been to where people were attacking you at any chance they got, anything that they saw that would change for you or end for you, they tried it and it just did not work. It did not succeed. And because these evil plots did not succeed, they have to deal with the aftermath of this. Massive oversight on the enemy. You are heavily protected from all harm. I know what it's like to be attacked by people who are ruthless. They have cold spirits. They have demonic spirits. They are seeking to cause harm. A lot of them are sadistic as well. They like the feeling to be able to cause problems and see pain and see unrest taking over a person's life. So if you have that peaceful, nice, quaint, wonderful life that you're building with you and whoever matters to you, the enemy tried to destroy it. And because they just didn't understand how fully protected you were and how sure you were, how just you're not supposed to be.
Hi everybody, welcome to Lunar Tarot.
Life is what it is, I guess. Gosh, I gotta get this phone to work. There we go. And of course you can't reach me because they shut off everything in my apartment. Except for one thing. They locked down everything. They got me crippled. So I told my doctor, because I didn't make it to the appointment, I said, hey, I'm crippled. There's no way I'm getting there. Well, she asked if she could come here and give me some more of that HIV shot. And you're going to have to clear that with, I don't know, the people that said you couldn't do it before. Sorry. I'm not going to be getting in trouble with them anymore. I know what they're capable of. Can't trust them. Unless you got a bigger team than them. That's willing to do some mean shit for payouts. So, yeah, I don't think a bunch of doctors coming over here trying to help me is a good idea. I'd rather have migrant. So at least I know I'm safe. You know why I know I'm safe if it was immigrant? Because some people think they're too bigger than God. But there's only a group of people that they feel scared of. The people that they feel scared of. The ones you hire every day, huh? Those are the scary people. Too late about becoming friends now. Now they realize. 1, 5, 6 billion está. Mi familia. 1, 5, 6, 9 billion está in Solana, Kansas. Lengua Americana. Some people don't realize that. They don't appreciate it as much as other families. Sometimes you have to know when you don't have something how important it really is. when you see someone throwing away in the garbage, like it's not important at all. It's not important, and hell no. Really, sir. That's why they used to call me trash boy for the rich. I see all the shit that they threw away. That was worth a lot. Like, buku mucho dollars. Actually, like, not important. No important. Yeah, anyway. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to listen to a happy song right now because today's a depressing day for me. I don't know. I'm gonna deal with fucking creeps. You know? Creeps. I met trashier dudes that were cooler than that. Like, seriously. Like, I've met guys who are just like white trash who are like 10 times cooler than that. And I realized that a long time ago. Like, a long time ago. Dude, you ain't convincing me. You're about as, I don't know, I don't want to talk about it. The only time you get fucking pissed off is, when you can't control the situation and you think you're supposed to, you know? Like you're in charge, whatever. Whatever. Who are you in charge of? Me? Ooh. But you ain't in charge of bigger and tougher fish. I'll tell you that. Neither am I. I'll tell you this. The guys in charge of that knows how to check you in your place and tell you what he wants. That's why you have to come to me. Oh, I can't, the real guy that's in charge now, the real guy that's in charge, well, can you fix that for us, Dave? Yeah, I'm gonna tell him that he deserves a big banquet feast at Victoria Allura Palacio. That's what I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna fix that exactly for you. I'm gonna tell him to go to his fucking house and yeah, have a big banquet. Good night. Because he worked hard today. Y'all stood around and tried to piss in my face. So. A good thing I don't mind a good golden shower every once in a while. Buddies. Yeah. Don't worry. But the boys have to be worth it. Definitely not me. So yeah. Talking about golden showers. Alright. This is going to be a fun one. Anyway. Okay. I might listen to this. Makes me feel happy. Oh God.
I think not. So I
it's ridiculous.
Sorry, I know, national problems, social issues. We all have them all over the world. Right? It's just what it is, what it is. Gosh darn it. Bad boy. I mean, a really bad boy. Everyone thought he was a bad boy. All right. Y'all want to get fat, juicy, and wet first? All right, let's get fat, juicy, and wet by Sexy Red and Bruno Mars. How does that sound? I think Bruno Mars, isn't he from Philippines? I don't know. Could be wrong. A lot of Filipino actors and actresses. Seen a lot of pretty Asian girls, but not very many in America. Sorry. Some of them are, but not like they have them in Asia. If you know what I mean. Anyways. They must not be the smart ones. They must just like looking for a husband and being a housewife. Who knows? Here we go. I'm gonna be listening to Bruno Mars and Sexy Reds, Fat, Juicy, and Wet. Alright. L'enfant talibé. Alright, you know what a l'enfant talibé is? No. Enfance talibé. Now, I heard this when I was in middle school about Alexander McQueen. Enfance talibé, the plural of enfant talibé, translates literally from French as terrible children. It describes unconventional, outspoken, or rebellious people whose shocking behavior, creative work. I'm sorry, I got a bug in here. How embarrassing. I can't keep them out. Creative work or unorthodox ideas embarrass or disrupt traditional and polite society. Core meanings. Now, this is a French term, all right? The rebel or outsider. A person whose bold or indiscreet remarks shock others. The avant-garde, innovator, a brilliant, successful newcomer in fields like art, fashion, or politics, who rejects old rules and upsets traditional thinking. The literal child, an unpredictable child who says embarrassing things in public. All right? So, wow. Very American, right? Very American. I mean, are you listening to this? Anyways. L'enfant terrible. Sexy Red, Bruno Mars. Who do we have here? Well, they called him L'enfant terrible. And that's Arthur Rimbaud. And he's a poet from France back in, I think, mid-1800s, right? I think so. I can't remember dates all the time. But yeah, that's Arthur Rimbaud. Let's go. He's a kid. He was a genius, they said. A bad one. A bad little bitch. He's a rebel. You know? He's a demon. He's a rebel. Bad little bitch, right? he's a demon, he's a devil. Like Doja Cat says, painting the town red. Anyways, we'll give a quick synopsis of who he is right now, because he's an important figure in history, especially literary. And so Jean-Nicole Arthur Ringgold, such and such, 1854, yeah, mid-1810, November 1891, was a French poet known for his transgressive. Now, I want you to understand what transgressive is, all right? It's a disruptive kind of, there was a disruptive art movement called the transgressive movement in the 90s, which really defined it. But ultimately, transgressive means just counter, rebellious, outsider type of styles, edgy, I guess, if you want to say. And surreal themes for his influence on modern literature and arts, prefiguring surrealism. Anyways, he's a year of the tiger, so anyways, I think he is. Born in Charleville, he started writing at a very young age and excelled as a student, but abandoned his formal education in his teenage years to run away to Paris amidst the Franco-Prussian War. During his late adolescence, and sorry, I got to write something down. Okay. Anyways, sure, no problem. During his late adolescence, early adulthood, he produced the bulk of his literary output. So the dude was a kid when he created his best shit. Like most people, in youth, they are, they say, what is it, talent or youth is wasted on youth. I forget how the phrase goes, but gosh, talking these books. Okay. So yeah, most of his work came when he was at the age of when he was in his teens. Rimbaud completely stopped writing literature at the age of 20 after assembling his last major works, Illumination. So this guy, by the time he was 20, should have already had a Wikipedia page for being one of the greatest writers in the world, right? Anyways, I gotta wait. What was he? Oh yeah, I know. I remember where he was. Yeah, okay. All right. So, yeah, all right. Rimbaud was a libertine. So I'm assuming that's like he was a liberal, right? Libertine is a person questioning and challenging most moral principles such as responsibility or sexual restraint, and will often declare these traits as unnecessary, undesirable, or evil. A libertine is especially someone who ignores or even spurns accepting moral and forms of behavior. All right, so he's kind of radical in that regards, I guess, right? Definitely not a good boy, they thought. I don't know, but anyways, and a restless soul, having engaged in a hectic, sometimes violent romantic relationship with poet Paul Verlaine. And you know that's not a girl's name. which lasted nearly 2 years after his retirement as a writer. He traveled extensively on 3 continents as a merchant and explorer until his death from cancer after his 37th birthday. As a poet, Rimbaud is well known for his contributions to symbolism. All right, now we're coming back to that. And among other works for A Season in Hell and a precursor to modernist literature. So this guy gave us what we're allowed to read now. All right. Because he was, let's see if I can see how they coined him. L'enfant terrible. So he had this like really bad little French boy that by the time he's 20 years old is a world-renowned poet. Anyways, almost in theory, I guess, but I mean, he was important. He was important. Let's just put it that way. Enough to have his own Wikipedia page. I don't know, but you gotta look through it. And they called him L'Enfant terrible, but let's look it up though, just for verification. Arthur Rimbaud. Our English. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna read it in French. I'm sorry. Arthur Rimbaud is the ultimate. Let's look at that. Is the ultimate enfant terrible, terrible child, or wild rebel of 19th century French poetry, famous for writing brilliant, rule breaking verses as a teenager before quitting poetry entirely by age 21 to travel the world. All right, so he was almost pretty much the first dude that ever such and such, yeah. Who was his lover? This ugly fucker, yeah, Paul Verlaine. Yeah, that was their lover. Anyways, don't want to get an argument with those two. Might get your hand shot off. Paul Marie Verlaine. So, French poet, writer, critic, assimilates Parnassus and decadent movement. He is considered one of the paramount exponents of fin de siècle in French and international poetry. You can read about him. He's an important figure also. Why are they important figures? Because of, voila, symbolist movement. They created something called symbolist movement. I'll show you what one of my favorite symbolist paintings are. I forget what it's called. Sometimes I just remember. I can't remember. It's something like that. Ooh, I got bubble guts. Great. Yeah, this is it. So I just want to show you. This is like my favorite one. Yeah. Imagine that. Let's see. Death of a Grave Digger. Carlos Schwab. Let's put Wikipedia. might have a better picture of it. This one looks kind of. Sorry if it's copyright, but I don't take the risk anymore. Yeah, quite an interesting one, right? When you dig your own grave, right? You thought you were ahead of the game the whole time, right? Don't we all? Right when we're ready to dig it. I don't know if I've already dug mine. I don't know. But I hope it looks like this is how I want my grave to look like. We might have to go to his Facebook page. Ah, yes, Luther's Light. This is what I want my grave to look like. James Durrell Cemetery Lighting Project is Luther's Light, a permanent installation located in the burial chapter of Dorschenstadt Friedhard Cemetery in Berlin, Germany. So beautiful. God, it's so beautiful. Anyways, also like, look at that. This is, oh, can you imagine going to someone's grave like that? Oh, so pretty. Makes you feel like you're in heaven. So, anyways, maybe he has another one I want to look at on his Facebook page. Sorry, I'm just kidding. James Terrell. Here we go, James Terrell. He does such a good job of that art. What's this? That's not James Terrell. Maybe it is that. Look at the lighting in the mood. Could you imagine logging into something like that? This is the one I want. This is what I want my grave to look like, all right? Mark it off. James Terrell is returning to Dorfsteyer Cemetery in Berlin with the original lighting installation with James Kerby's new grave. Totally on point, right? Everybody's like, yeah. Have you seen James Kerby's grave? It's totally flat. Yeah. It's done by James Terrell. It's the coolest shit I've ever seen in my life. So, anyways, I might be getting too old. We'll see. But yeah, James Terrell. Who knows? I'll probably end up like that, right? And just one big old hole in the dirt. But anyways, let's go on to that symbolism. Can you read it? Tell me you can read it. Symbolism. Tell me how you read it. Alright. You know who that is, right? Let me stretch out my leg a bit. What do you think she has in her hand? What is that grave digger doing? Go figure, a grave digger, huh? Grave digger digging his own grave, eh? Kind of symbolic, yeah, right. Everything's ephemeral, right? Well, my knee popped. That felt better. So, anyway. Yeah, take what you will from that picture. Anyways, that symbolism. Go figure. Uh, we all know that story. Anyway. So, Arthur Rimbaud, Paul Verlaine, Arthur Rimbaud, Paul Verlaine. They were symbolist writers. So they started it. They just started it. Famous for his intense visions, rejection of realism, radical approach to poetry before quitting writing entirely at a young age. Let's go. I don't know if we should. I always feel like it's a better idea before we go into this. Should you want to know more about Paul Verlaine and Arthur Rimbaud, Leonardo DiCaprio, and David Thewlis's movie Total Eclipse kind of gives a better idea of the storyline. But anyway, Arthur Rimbaud was a key pioneer, and his core concepts and contributions, derangement of the senses, Rimbaud brought higher truth through a systematic derangement of all senses, treating the mind and body as an instrument for visionary exploration. Synesthesia. That's an interesting one, right? What the hell is synesthesia? Well, I think it has something to do with seeing and kind of hallucinating. Let's see how you spell it. Synesthesia. Synesthesia is a harmless brain trait where one sense or thought triggers another at the same time, such as seeing specific color when hearing a musical note or tasting a word. People who have it are called synesthetics, I think, yeah. So it comes from the Greek word meaning together and sensation and it's thesis. So yeah. I guess if someone said, remember what steak tastes like? Yeah, I taste steak. All right. And correspondence in poems like Voyelles. He matched letters to colors and sensations built on Charles Baudelaire's idea of correspondence. Now, I've read Charles Baudelaire's, is it First now? Talking about like opium addicts or something like that and drug addicts. He's like really, I think, I don't remember. I know he was not fond of them. Rebellion and Departure. He wrote all his groundbreaking works, including Illumination and such and such. But I could be wrong. Maybe Baudelaire, I don't know. When I read it, it just gave me the sense that he just didn't like alcohol, didn't like any vices. So yeah. Arthur Rimbaud's systematic derangement of the senses, le dérèglement de tous les sens, is a radical artistic philosophy aiming to make a poet a seer by breaking normal perceptions through a long reasoned disorganization of sight, sound, touch, and taste. All right, so we're getting all this like crazy thing with senses going on, all right? In symbolism. How do I make you see a mountain? Well, yeah, we all know what a mountain is, right? So I can see it. Yeah, anyways. uh, outlined in letters to his teacher and friends and famous. Seer letters by a pulpit. So we can go on and on and on and on and on forever about studying Arthur Rimbaud. But then, he's famous for books like this, The Drunken Boat. I'm just going to give it to you real quick so that you understand, like, what he might be talking about in terms of things like synesthesia, crazy thoughts, being wild, and yeah. As I go down impasse rivers, I no longer felt myself guided by haulers. Yelped redskins had taken them as targets and had nailed them naked to colored stakes. I was indifferent to all crews, the bearers of Flemish wheat or English cottons. When with my haulers this uproar stopped, the rivers let me go where I wanted, into the furious lashings of the tides, more heedless than children's brains the other winter. I ran in loosened peninsulas and have not undergone a more triumphant hubbub. The storm blessed my sea vigils, lighter than a cork. I danced on the waves. There are that are called eternal rollers of victims. 10 nights without missing the stupid eye of the lighthouse, sweeter than the flesh of hard apples, and is to children. The green water penetrated my whole of fur and washed me of spots of blue wine and vomit, scattering rudder and grappling hook. And from then on, I bathed in the poem of the sea infused with stars and lascescence, devouring the Azar verses were like a pallid piece of flotsam, a pensive drowning figure sometimes sinks, where suddenly dying the blueness, delirium, and slow rhythms under a streak of daylight, stronger than alcohol, vaster than our lyres, the bitter redness of love ferments. I know the skies bursting with lightning and water spouts and the surf and the currents. I know the evenings, a dawn as exalted as a flock of doves, and at times I have seen what man thought he saw. I have seen the low sun spotted with mystic horrors, lighting up with long violet clots, resembling actors of very ancient dramas, the waves rolling far off their quivering of shutters. I have dreamed of green nights with dazzling snow, a kiss slowly rising to the eyes of the sea, the circulation of unknown saps, and the yellow and blue awakening of singing phosphorus. I followed during pregnant months the swell like hysterical cows in its assault on the reefs, without dreaming that the luminous feet of the Marys could constrain the snout of the wheezing ocean. I struck against you, unbelievable Floridas, mingling with flowers, panthers' eyes, and human skin. Rainbow stretched like bridal reins under the horizon of the seas to greenish herds. I have seen enormous swamps ferment, fish traps where a whole leviathan rots in the rushes, avalanches of water in the midst of a calm, and the distant cataracting towards the abyss. Glaciers, sun of silver, nefarious waves, skies of ember, hideous strands at the end of brown gulfs, where giant serpents, devoured by bedbugs, fall down from gnarled trees with black scent. I should have liked to show children those sunfish of the blue wave, the fish of the gold, the singing fish, foam of flowers rocked my drifting, and ineffable winds wing me at times. At times a martyr, weary of poles and zones, the sea, whose sob created my gentle roll, brought up to me her dark flowers with yellow suckers, and I remained like a woman on her knees, resembling an island tossing out on my sides the corals and droppings of noisy birds with yellow eyes. And I sailed on when they, through my fragile ropes, drowned men, sank backwards to sleep. Now I, a boat lost in the foliage of caves, thrown by the storm into the birdless air, I, whose water-drunk carcasses would not have been rescued by the monitors in a Hanseatic sailboats, free, smoking, topped with violet fog, I, who pierced the reddened sky like a wall, bearing delicious jam from good poets, lichen of sunlight, mucus of azure, who ran spotted with small electric moons, a wild plank escorted by black seahorses. When July's beat down with blows of cudgels, the ultramarine skies with burning funnels, I, who terrible, hearing at 50 leagues off the moaning of behemoths in heat and the thick maelstroms, eternal spinners of blue immobility. I miss Europe with its ancient parapets. I have seen sidereal archipelagos and islands whose delirious skies are open to the sea wanderer. Is it in those bottomless nights that you sleep and exile yourself, million golden birds? Oh, future vigor. But in truth, I've wept too much. Dawns are heartbreaking. Every moon is atrocious. Every sun bitter. Acrid love has swollen me with intoxicating torpor. Oh, let my keel burst. Oh, let me go into the sea. If I want a water of Europe, it is black. Cold puddle, where in the sweet smelling twilight a squatting child full of sadness releases a boat as fragile as a May butterfly. No longer can I bathe in your languor waves, follow in the wake of the cotton boats, nor cross through the pride of flags and flames, nor swim under the terrible eyes of prison ships. All right. Well, you get a sense in your head what's going on. Like we're out in the ocean, bloody. Wow, wow. I feel like I've been traveling the ocean on a pirate ship almost, right? Let's find out what the drunken boat is about. So I've been on this like wild drunken boat experience by reading it. Like I feel like I'm being flung all over the world in a pirate ship. Right? The drunken boat uses the central metaphor of an unmanned drifting vessel to represent adolescent rebellion, total artistic freedom, and the ultimate isolation of the human soul. Written when Rimbaud was only 16, the poem maps a chaotic voyage where intoxication symbolizes liberation from societal and literary rules, which eventually shifts into exhaustion and despair. Whoa, I thought we were just on a boat bouncing around in the ocean, right? Pirate ship. That's what I thought. The boat, absolute liberation. The boat loses its captains when haulers are killed by Native Americans, letting it drift freely like a drunk band, signifying a break from all rules, authority, and conventional poetry. So poems weren't like that back then, all right? Spiritual exhaustion. The initial joy of drifting through the poem of the sea turns into a battered, bruised reality reflecting the heavy price of complete alienation. Totally. I felt like I was being bumped and battered all over the ocean in a pirate ship or something. The artist's plight. The boat represents Rimbaud himself, placeless, restless, and overwhelmed by visions that society cannot understand. So, yeah. Anyway, I guess that's the reason why they called him Enfant Terrible. Yeah, I wasn't thinking I was breaking rules in that. Nah, felt like I was being bounced around all over the ocean in a pirate ship. I had no clue I was breaking big rules in that poem. I thought it was just, synesthesia. All right, I gotta work on my next thing. My next class, sorry. Yeah. Try to get it right.
I'm the Central Healer. Please like, share, comment, subscribe, hit that notification bell, select all. If you're new to my channel, welcome. If you're a returning subscriber, welcome back, amen. Always remember something. They don't have the dog kitty. Always remember some things may or may not resonate. So take what resonates and leave the rest here. I'm gonna get a quick reading in. So we're gonna see what's going on. So we have Temperance. We have the Devil. And we have the World Lord. This is kind of crazy, even. Temperance and upright, Devil in the reverse, World in upright. So whoever you are, you're definitely balanced. Everything's coming full circle here. And if somebody try to send you some kind of energy, you shook it off, okay? You don't have any toxic patterns, behavior. So every time somebody tries to send you something, you just like balance it out. You like alchemize it out. If they even touch you. I got my sunglasses on my head, y'all. Hold on. All right, sorry, y'all. Amen. All right. So we have sex shop. She's still going in the reverse. Hold on. All right, so sex shop in the reverse. Amen. Okay. Taxi, Uber, or Lyft. Taxi, Uber, or Lyft. Okay. Is there a taxi driver not having sex? Is somebody not having sex with a taxi driver or a taxi owner? Okay. So somebody's not having relations with the taxi driver, the taxi owner. All right. Because this is not a DM. This is a karmic masculine. Divine masculine reverse. This person is karmic. All right. Karmic. Ooh, this person's arrogant. They're arrogant karmic masculine, bro. All right. Okay, somebody's got money coming soon, so congratulations on her with that score. Somebody keeps astral projecting into your energy, probably because they know that you have money coming soon. Yeah, whoever this is, they make way too many bad choices, like way too many bad choices. That's too much. All right, so this person hates you. Why? Because they make bad choices. Because they make bad. Nobody makes you make good choices but yourself, amen. Okay, like what? I don't like you, rare. Okay, amen. All right. Is somebody working in the courthouse? This is connected. This person's facing court. It's like somebody's messing with my root chakra. Like, they want me to shut up. Amen. All right. Is this connected? So this is somebody that was trying to get you to have a heart attack. After projecting your energy, trying to get you to have a heart attack. So the heart attack spells. All before court. No, okay. Whoever you are, all curses and hexes have been removed. Okay. That did not want to come out. Amen. What? All right. Oh yeah, these people keep the wrong move. Hey, this is like a short video. I'll be back, right? Yeah, all these people, it was calling your bluff. It was calling your bluff, okay? It's kind of giving an SAFO, okay? All right, we have construction worker or roofer. Construction worker or roofer. Connected. Male. All right, what's going on with male roofer? Okay, to the curb. Somebody's doing some contract manipulation right now. Oh, somebody did not kick this person. So this person doesn't want you to kick him to the curb. Okay, who's going to this roofer? They don't want you to kick him to the curb. No, please. No, please, don't attack you. Please, don't kick me to the curb. You guys are ways. These people are crazy. They attack you either physically or spiritually, and then they don't want you to kick them to the curb. Like, what? Because you came out like a whole warrior? Oh, what? Bro. You know people be crazy. Yeah, these people are not at peace following you. Whether in person or online, these people are not at peace, okay? Alright, somebody's evil.
Yeah.
A thief, an evil thief. It's towards male, it's towards female. Okay, is this connected? Is it towards male, that's a thief? And that's evil. If somebody's different, it's towards male. So if it's towards male, that's a thief. That's evil. Amen. Private relationship. This is connected. This person has private relations, private connection. Some weird shit, isn't it? Yeah, there's evidence. There's evidence against the masculine here. Okay. All right, we got your neighbors. So you got your neighbors are trying to keep you in poverty with these poverty spells. Confirmation. All right. Connected. Are they working with a lawyer? Somebody's neighbors need a lawyer. The same neighbors that are trying to keep you in poverty. They may not even have money for a lawyer. Somebody's also sick as well. It's an email. Because they refuse to release something, like a physical something, or they refuse to let something go. Either I feel like it's both, okay? Yeah, they're gonna need a lawyer now. They definitely want to do both homeless or dead. Alright, so now they need a lawyer. Like I said, they may not even have money for a lawyer. I'm pretty sure I'll be back, Mondo. Okay. Alright, you guys. Alright, you guys. Remember, come back to power unity, guys. I love you guys. Amen. Amen.
because it's too busy. I got too much on my plate. And you get more. So, who watches my window? Most of the time. Looks like someone parking space out there. I was more than happy to do that. It really wasn't. I have to drive around. Look in my windows all day. So, because they have a life for their responsibilities. And I've spent 40 fucking years following me until they find a place I know. I can tell you this in a brand new 2027. God. Hot fuzz God. You got God. Andale, andale, andale. McDonald's. Andale, andale, andale. Burger King. You know what I mean? I know that one. Yeah. Kentucky Fried Chicken. Some more. Art. Yeah, some more art. Art. Hey. I like it.
How much you got? How much? What's that? 2027. Label. God. Word. Wait.
All right. Let me get my next class together for the kids. So, when I die, you know what to do your research papers on in college, so you have an idea of, oh yeah, I heard about this. I'm gonna do my research paper on this. See if the teacher likes it. I think, wow, so out of the box. Wasn't expecting that. Had some of it, but I realize I'm going to have to define some terms for everyone. And so that it's easier to understand, because it can get complex. Understanding this. It goes a lot deeper than in terms of art and everything, so. All right, kids. Class lesson number 2. Blade Runner 1982. Where do we begin? Well, I've never read this book. I'm going to be honest. Do androids dream of electric sheep? This is where it all starts by Philip K. Dick. I knew a girl in graduate school who was doing her dissertation on that. So I don't know much about it, but has something to do. Has something to do with do androids dream of electric? A dystopian science fiction novel by American, set in post-apocalyptic. I think it's San Francisco. Yeah, so San Francisco. We'll read it. Do androids dream of electric sheep? Respectively titled Blade Runner. Do androids dream of electric sheep in some later printings? Is a 1968 dystopian science fiction novel by American writer Philip K. Dick. It is set in a post-apocalyptic San Francisco where Earth's life has been greatly damaged by a nuclear global war. The main plot follows Rick Deckard, a bounty hunter who has to retire, a euphemism for kill 6 escape Nexus 6 model androids, while a secondary plot follows John Isidore, a man of low IQ who aids the fugitive androids. The book serves as the basis for the 1982 film Blade Runner, and even though some aspects of the novel were changed, many elements and themes from it was used in the film's 2017 sequel, Blade Runner 2049. All right, okay, so we go to the movie, and this is the 1982 version by Mr. Sir Ridley Scott, who is known for, and then here's the cast of characters. But I want to come to Ridley Scott because he's always like the brains and the genius behind all his films, like, let's look at Ridley Scott real quick. I mean, if you ever see his films like Alien, just so many. There's always something. He's always got something deep going in his films. So you got to at least give the guy kudos for making really good, thought-provoking films in some of his movies. So yeah, and artistically, some of them are just masterpieces in my opinion. From Alien, undoubtedly, but I think Blade Runner is my masterpiece that I visualize him as artistically. That's mine. I know someone who's into Alien. We all love Alien, no doubt. Alien's great, but I like Blade Runner. I guess it's the colors and the lights. I don't know, but I like both. It's hard to say, but I'm more partial to Blade Runner. I don't know why, but I am. Blade Runner is a 1982 science fiction film directed by Ridley Scott from a screenplay by Hampton Fancher and David Peoples, starring Harrison Ford, Rutger Hauer, Sean Young, and Edward James Olmos. It is an adaptation of Philip K. Dick's 1968 novel, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? The film is set in a dystopian future Los Angeles of 2019, in which synthetic humans, known as replicants, are bioengineered by the powerful Tyrell Corporation to work on space colonies. What are space colonies now? Space colonies are an establishment of human settlements or colonies in outer space and on astronomical, whatever, astronomical, astronomical, that sounds right, bodies. The concept in its broadest sense has been applied to any permanent human presence in space. So these synthetic humans, these fake androids or whatever, humanoid robots, replicants, have been bioengineered, like whatever, to be superhumans, to work on these space colonies as superhuman slaves. When a fugitive group of advanced replicants led by Roy Batty, Blade Runner, I wish they had a picture of him because I love the way he dresses in the movie. Escapes from the Earth, former cop Rick Deckard is recalled to hunt them down. So, anyways, that's it. All right. So, you go and watch Blade Runner if you want, or if you don't. But it's a good movie. So, talks about slavery and in the future. So, we're talking about art movements, all right, right now. And we're using Blade Runner as like our main theme or premise as to what art movements are used in the movie. Blade Runner 1982 uses cyberpunk, neo-noir, and Japanese metabolism. All right, those are the three futuristic concepts. Maybe more. You have to ask Ridley Scott, but this is what Google is telling me. All right, these are its three main components in the movie. Go ask Ridley Scott. I'm not going to ask him all his secrets though. But as its core, visual and architectural movements for setting its dystopian future. So, yeah, I'm not going to ask Ridley Scott how he did the lighting. It's great light. How he did that and this, where did he get the inspiration? But anyway, I'll try to figure out if I can, if Google lets me. Japanese metabolism, the post-war architectural movement envisioned megastructures with modules, replaceable parts in Blade Runner. The idea is pushed to a gritty, overcrowded extreme where buildings like suffocating overgrown organisms wired into life support. Cyberpunk and retrofuturism. The aesthetic combines high-tech corporate power with decaying retro street-level infrastructure, famously termed Ridleyville. Wow, that's pretty cool. German Expressionism. Ooh, I always like German Expressionism. And film noir. Great, too. Heavily borrows deep shadows, perpetual rain, neon glows, and beams of surveillance searchlights for Fritz Lang's Metropolitus, 1927 and 1940s detective noir. Fine art and illustration. Ridley Scott directly referenced Edward Hopper's realistic painting, Nighthawks, for artificial lightning and mood, alongside science fiction illustrations from Metal Hurley magazine, Neovis. All right, so we're looking at maybe around those. Those are like when Google's telling me his main futuristic art inspirations are coming from. All right, he's gleaning from cyberpunk, neo noir, and Japanese metabolism. That's what Google is telling us. Let's see. But the 19 but it also, not only that, put this into perspective. It doesn't only pull from future. The 1982 future film Blade Runner mixes retrofuturism, Mayan revival, and industrial brutalism rather than pure Art Deco. Okay, and draws heavily from real world architecture like Frank Lloyd Wright. So we're looking at various groups of art, right? There's not just a single art motif throughout the movie. There's elements, a variation of what the future looks like. You can even say he throws in James Turrell-esque stuff too, whatever. I don't know. But, all right, here we go. Cyberpunk art is a visual and cultural movement defined by high-tech and low-life ethos, capturing dystopian futures, towering megacities, and corporate decay. It emerges during the 1980s alongside foundational science fiction literature and landmark films like Blade Runner. So let's look at just basic stills of the movie. All right. All right, so what do we have here? We have this concept here going, It's kind of, okay, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, it looks like it's in the future, right? It's so futuristic. Yeah, I've seen this movie. I know what you're talking about. Okay, now let's go back up here. So, it incorporates these two, the old and the new, and cyberpunk. Probably cyberpunk's like, would I say the prevailing theme, art theme in the movie because it's futuristic. So cyberpunk, I don't know, maybe, but yeah, cyberpunk is a subgenre of science fiction set in dystopian future. So like that, like that, you know. Maybe, who knows? Oops, there he is again. So we know it's high tech. It's characterized by its focus on a combination of low life and high tech. What does he mean by low life? Well, I guess you can understand what low life is, right? We know what that is. Low life. A pejorative term for a person who is of low social status or moral character. Examples of individuals typically referred to as Lowlifes include bullies, criminals, drug dealers, animal abusers, vandals, alcoholics, gangsters, sex offenders, sex traffickers, aggressive panhandlers, and scammers. High tech, also known as advanced technology, is technology that is at the cutting edge. That is for no tech. So, yeah. It features a range of futuristic technological and scientific achievements, including artificial intelligence and cyberware. So, all right. Neo-noir. Neo-noir in the film movement in the modern revival and reinterpretation of classic 1940s and 1950s film noir, defined by moral ambiguity, high contrast shadows, and gritty urban settings. It emerges strongly in the late 1940s, 1970s, and continues to influence visual arts, games, and cinema. Heavy reliance on directional light in stark black and white or muted tones to build tension. Subgenres like neon noir introduces vibrant electric. Yeah. Modern cities, yeah. Okay. So, what scene in the movie would you say is the most neo noir? Well, I would always say like there's two places in the movie that really captures. Oh God, my foot hurts. Neo noir. Inside and the Terrell Corporation. Outside the Terrell Corporation, so like neo noir, very pretty, poetic, black and like shadowy, right? Terrell Corporation. From a distance, let's see. Oh yes, Deckard's apartment. And, inside the warehouse with the replicants. See, this is kind of neo noir too, in a way. So, has that, you know, I'm trying to find inside. And most famously, Daryl Young hanging out, or Daryl Hannah hanging out, right? In the, is it the warehouse, I guess? Warehouse. I always say that she is dressed like the true American geisha in Blade Runner. This is how American geishas should be dressed, in my opinion. And they said she did it herself. But yeah, it's kind of neo-noir. You know? Like, this is always the one, you know, where she has I guess like, you know, said she really kicked ass though in the movie. Because she was like hardcore, beating the hell out of Harrison Ford right there. Like, because she's not human. Fergie. Los Angeles album cover. Where's that one? Anyways, that one right there. So, yeah. What do you think? mm, is it? No, we'll try this one. All right. Why is there a line there? Is there supposed to be a line there? I don't know. Maybe there is. We'll look at this one. All right. I swear there's not supposed to be a line there. Is there? I don't think so. I guess there is. I don't know. I've never seen it before with the line. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Is that like the Mandela effect? I don't know. I swear to God, I didn't see it with the line. But anyways, we'll just go with that. All right. The eyes. Somewhat very Americanly, scantily clad, right? But nothing too risque in America. There she's kicking ass. Voila. So I want to go with more of her. This is like, there's those eyes. Scantily clad, right? Two elements of like really American culture. Girls like to wear black eyeliner, in my opinion, in America. So they like to wear black eyeliner, and they like to look like that. So like that. So who knows? This is about LA. This is about LA, I think, right? LA. Okay. Anyway. Cyberpunk, neo-noir. So the neo-noir and film movement is a modern revival and reinterpretation of classic 1940s, 1950s film noir, defined by moral ambiguity, high contrast shadows, and a gritty urban setting. It emerged strongly in the late 1960s and 1970s and continues to influence. All right, so we know that. Neo-noir film genre, which is primarily associated with the subversion and visual style of classic film noir tropes, adapting with themes of often with vibrant colors and high contrast. So you can read it. I guess it's a new revival movement of some sort. All right, Japanese metabolism. We'll start right here. So, yeah, is radical post-war architecture an urban design movement defined by modular megastructures, biological growth, and replaceable components introduced at the 1960s World Design Conference, and treated cities like living, changing organisms than static monuments. All right, we understand the futuristic type of art movements that are involved, right? So, yeah, so we know we're seeing neo or cyberpunk, neo noir, and Japanese metabolism as like the main components and inspiration in this movie. All right, for the idea of what the future may look like. See, neo noir kind of such a good like neo noir, you know. So a lot of dark and shadow, light, so artificial, mostly artificial. Let's see. We said that. We said Japanese metabolism. Was a post-war Japanese bio-architectural movement. Biomimetic architectural movement that fused ideas about architectural megastructures with those of organic biological growth. It had its first international exposure during the CIAM 1959 meeting, and its ideas with its tentatively tested by students from Kenzo Tang's MIT studios. So, stuff like that. Anyways. But then here we start getting into the past. Now, I always thought, so we look at the future and now we're looking into the past again. Or we're looking into the past now. And this is what I always thought. This was like the main component of the architectural movement of that period was overall Art Deco. Art Deco is like maybe like the overall umbrella. So I'm getting like this like futuristic 1920s type of feel. We're in the future, but it's still inspired by Art Deco, and we're in America, so it uses Art Deco alongside Art Nouveau and these other ones. I feel like these are the sub ones right here. But Art Deco and Art Nouveau are like the overarching, like in terms of how these all kind of meld together. Art Deco and Art Nouveau kind of brought these other things into play. We'll see what I'm talking about. So let's just start with Art Deco. All right, Art Deco design is a glamorous style from the 1920s and 1930s defined by geometric shapes, rich colors, shining metal accents, key visual elements including sunbursts, zigzags, motifs. You can learn more about its history and impact. Well, all right, but here's the interesting part. Stepped, pyramid-like structures inspired by ancient architecture. Ziggurats, all right? Let's look at Terrell Corporation. Where's the Terrell Corporation? I'll find it. Terrell Corporation. Terrell Corporation. Okay. The Terrell Corporation is the central focus theme of this movie. This is where all things happen, really. Not in terms of the plot of the movie, everything else, but everything is centralized based on what the Terrell Corporation did, what it created, and how it's affected everything else. So it all points back to the Terrell Corporation. It's like a ziggurat. It's basically just a futuristic ziggurat owned by that man. I forget his name. Terrell, last name Terrell. Eldon Terrell. Okay, Eldon Terrell. He already has that 19 Art Deco style look to him that's futuristic. Just like, what's her name? Sean Young. Sean Young looks like she's from the 1920s, futuristic, doesn't she? Even when she's holding that cigarette. You know? Pin-up girl from the 1920s. You know? You can I don't know if you can do that anymore, but I still smoke because I grew up during this time. You know, this is when I was. You know. Anyways, but yeah, something you probably can't do in movies anymore. Let's see. So we're going from this idea of Art Deco. All right, Art Deco is our umbrella to work with in this period, with ziggurats and fan shapes. All right, but and also neo noir and such. And Art Deco. Art Deco, the French motif, is a style of visual art, architecture, and product design that has appeared in Paris in the 1910s before World War, and it flourished internationally during the 1920s to early 1930s through styling and design of the exterior and interior of anything from large structures to small objects, including clothing, fashion, and jewelry. Art Deco has influenced buildings from skyscrapers to cinemas, bridges, and such, but you know, expeditious, is that right? Expeditious, that's probably expeditiously. Expeditiously, to do something quickly, without wasting time, yeah, maybe, to do this expeditiously. Art Deco was for the fancy people. That's when America's highlight was. You know, modernism and such. That's when we were in the money. Everybody was about money, Great Gatsby. So, anyways, out of Art Deco, we come into retrofuturism. So I'll just go here. You know, retrofuturism and such. So, rather than like this retro moment, all right, is a movement in creative arts emphasizing depiction of the future as products in earlier eras, as opposed to futurism, which is an artistic movement anticipating upcoming technological advancements. Retrofuturism is remembering of that anticipation characterized by a blend of old-fashioned retro styles with futuristic technologies. Retrofuturism explores the themes of tension between past and future, between the alienating and powerful effects of technology, prime reflecting in artistic creations and modify technologies that realize the imagined artifacts of its parallel reality. All right, so on and so forth. An animated perspective of the world. All right, animated perspective of what we are as in the future. We're still not done with the art levels. We just, like, Mayan revivalism, all right. Frank Lloyd Wright. I mean, we haven't even really scratched the surface at this point. So, yeah. Is a modern architecture popular in America during the 1920s that drew? So here we are in the 20s again, the 20s again, the 30s, the 40s, but primarily, yeah. All right. Industrial brutalism. All right, you guys are probably exhausted. So, like, oh my God, how deep does this movie go? Just art itself. We can go on forever, kids. I think. Brutalist architecture is an architectural style that emerged during the 1950s and alongside the restructuring projects of the post-war era. Brutalist buildings are known for minimalist construction, showcasing the rare building materials and structural elements over decorative design. Style commonly makes use of exposed, unpainted concrete or brick, angular, geometric shapes, and a predominantly monochromatic color palette. Other materials such as steel, timber, glass, and all that. All right. We have those in Salina. We do. We have buildings like that in Salina, Kansas. We have buildings like that in Salina, Kansas. Brutalist. Anyway, I'm sure you can find them if you're smart enough. Am I done? I hope so. I guess we just scratched the surface. Who knows what more I'm missing. But those are the ones that really stand out to me and seem to be the most important and umbrella ones that seem to grab everybody's attention about this movie. We're also talking about skyscraper buildings. We're also talking like LED projection. I mean, high technology. So, welcome to the future, America. I hope you like that. And it's like, you could do a research paper on it. I'll get to my next one. Class. Bye. My car's up. Sexy boy. I don't know if it's such a deep movie in so many levels. So, like most of his movies. So, yeah, I would recommend Ridley Scott if you guys ever want to look at something in the future. Some people love Alien. Sometimes Alien can be a bit gory for me, but yeah, it scared me as a kid. But it's beautiful. HR Geeker just bleeds off of it. So yeah, I would definitely recommend if you're into sci-fi. I have a friend that's into sci-fi though. He loves Alien. it's that like those scenes like with who gets the when I was a kid to this day it like someone like shoves a magazine down someone's throat all rolled up so they could put eggs in. I don't know, it's gross. Or or they rip up the machine guy, the android, and he's bleeding like milk. It's weird. It's weird. It's scary as a child, but it's something you can watch when you're an adult. It's a little bit easier to watch. Kind of like Poltergeist. The first one was scary for kids. The second one got scary. You know, like I think by the third one, it was scary, but not as scary as the second one. I thought the scariest was the second one. Oh God, it was scary. First one was scary. Second one was really scary. I might have to do Poltergeist sometime. I'm gonna write that down. I have to think about the topic on that though, because that's a hard one to do. It's not like cut and dry when it comes to art movements and all that. There's a lot different nuance in it, in terms of you got a lot of levels of spirituality in it, in the paranormal. So, yeah. I'm gonna scrap color magic for now. Can we? Because I want to stick along the lines of. I want to stick along the lines of something. I'm sure we do. Um, how long have I had this? Probably like 2 years. Yeah, 6 months ago I was supposed to be done. Anyway. Let's get on to my last lesson of the night.
Just the messenger, chain message for somebody.
What's up, everyone? I don't think my foot's doing good. I got a message from Dr. Peterson. She said she couldn't contact me, so. Anyway. It's getting worse. Yeah. I don't know what to do. Even a landlord and all them saw me. Did my parents hear about that? Anyway. Yeah. After what? Several weeks, my doctor finally contacts me and says, "We're gonna give you more shots, James. We're gonna come over to your house and give you more shots." So, yeah, inform you guys about that.
If you know, you know. I'm a badass. I'm a badass. I'm the badass. Some of us are cousins to some things, some of us are cousins to others.
Some need to ride the road of heaven. Who knows? Right? Who knows? In a perfect world. Let me see if Google what it says about whistling right now. Maybe. Yeah. Anyways, Google says it, so have fun. Some people can do it, some people can't. I don't think I can. Let's begin on the topic that most people find unsettling, discomforting, but a harsh reality in American society and across the globe and everywhere else, you know. Deals with sex trafficking, my friends. You know, unfortunately, deals with sex trafficking. But most exclusively, Asian women in America. All right. So, not today, a long time ago. Really long time ago. Like back when we first started in America. Like hardcore sex trafficking of Asian women during that time. Probably most Americans have some Asian genetic ancestry because of this. So early Asian women came to America primarily to join husbands or family members to escape harsh economic and social conditions in their home countries, or as part of labor migrations. Though many faced severe legal restrictions, early arrivals were heavily constrained by discriminatory U.S. policies like the Page Act of 1875. So, you know, America's favorite hookers, we can say. Family reunification and marriage. Picture brides. Japanese and Korean women arrived in the early 1900s as picture brides, marrying immigrant laborers in Hawaii and the U.S. mainland based on photographs and arranged marriages. Wives of laborers. Some women migrated to join husbands who had previously settled to work on railroads and mines or on agricultural farms. Economic and personal survival. Economic hardships. Families sought better financial futures or sent members abroad to earn money to send back home. I can't imagine being an Asian woman coming to America by herself to do that. 19th century exception, a small number of early individual arrivals such as Fong Noi from Hangzhou in 1834 were brought over as cultural exhibits or curiosities. Whatever that means, right? Oh well. Legal barriers and restrictions. Sorry, I'm not trying to be insensitive, but it's whatever. I guess we'll get into how to fix that. Let's see. So, who are these Asian women? They're called China Marys, alright? So, some of y'all might be related to them. Some of you white boys might be related to them. And some of you black boys, and some of you native boys might be related to these ladies. Most people don't know about them because most of their history has been wiped away because it's kind of not very pretty, but it's the truth. It happens all over the world, right? China Mary was a pseudonym given to multiple Chinese women who immigrated to the United States in the 19th century. So, yeah. You can read more there. So, America's favorite prostitutes. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, thousands of Chinese women and girls were trafficked to the American West and forced into prostitution. This underground trade was driven by severe gender imbalance in Chinatowns, violent coercion by criminal gangs known as the Toms, and systematic racial discrimination. So, yeah. About in the 1800s. So, yeah. You can go in courtesans and such, whatever you want to call them. But, yeah. Some of us might be Chinese and American, not even know it. Yes, the 19th and early 20th century trafficking and forced prostitution of Asian women in the United States that result in pregnancies and births. Their trafficking actively worked to prevent or punish them, much like today, with any ladies or men that work the night, ladies or gentlemen that work the night. Well, do some Americans have China Mary bloodlines in America from sex trafficked Asian women in America's early history? Yeah. I don't know, that says many women like us were called China Mary in early America. Our history has been erased. We have more than just China. So I don't know. How do you fix that problem? Maybe the Nordic model? I don't know. Decriminalization, legalization, regulation. I don't know. Too many, not just for Asian women, but for anyone that might be in the industry, try to eliminate the exploitation part and the abuses, but I don't know. Who knows? Oldest profession in the book. Learn something new, right? Many Americans may be Chinese and not even know. Anyways, I guess that's for someone more important to figure out these matters. I don't have all day to cut and paste ideas and theories together and hashtag them with whatever and come out with a huge thesis every night. But it's always worth looking and researching what other ways and means people have used to not try to eliminate something that is almost a necessary evil, since it's the oldest profession in the book, right? Was it Mary Magdalene? This was her job, right? Jesus's wife, Mary Magdalene. This was her job, I think. And Jesus Christ's wife was Mary Magdalene, who worked as yeah. So apparently, let's check that out for this. So everyone doesn't think I'm lying. Wasn't she Jesus' favorite wife or something? Someone was a sex worker. Who was it? Anyway. Well, it's purported. Let's see. Let's check it out real quick. Yeah. Who knows, right? Who knows? Mary Magdalene did not have a modern secular profession. She was a religious disciple, financial supporter, and witness. Evidence. What? A sex worker. Huh? You ever see The Last Temptation of Christ? Great movie. By is it Martin Scorsese? Is it Martin? Who was it? Martin Scorsese. Yeah, Martin Scorsese. Yeah. Last Temptation of Christ. What was it? The Last Temptation. Who knows? Who knows? Oh well. She must really love Jesus. I guess who didn't, right? In the last temptation of Christ, Mary Magdalene works as a sex worker prostitute after Jesus rejects her romantic love and refuses to marry her. Anyways. Sorry, a bit controversial. I know. Sorry. The more you know. All right. I'll try to think of some other interesting things to talk about. Uh,